Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we're running a few minutes behind schedule and we'll have to wait another few minutes, but I'm sure we'd all agree that we would like to start things steady rather than stopping and starting. So please take the time to discuss with your colleagues and soak up the atmosphere. We'll begin very shortly. Well, hello, and a more formal welcome from me now to this high-level conference on the European Pillar of Social Rights, a very important landmark in shaping the future of a social Europe. My name is Jennifer Baker. I'm an EU reporter and presenter based in Brussels, and I will be your MC for the next couple of days, guiding you through our quite packed programme. Now, in recent years, we've seen various crises. We saw the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen cost of living crises, and these really do reinforce the need for strong social welfare states, something that will help all European citizens grow towards the future, because we do face unprecedented challenges in the future. Climate change, the green and digital transitions, demographic changes, and potential geopolitical instability. All things that can be underpinned by a strong social pillar that will help us weather these storms that we see coming. So strengthening the implementation of the pillars is critical to achieving a European nation, or a European bloc that cares, prepares, and protects. The three chapters that we're going to discuss in coming days, you will see them color-coded throughout the conference, are equality, skills and employment, social protection, and inclusion. Now, we will hear this morning or this afternoon from some breakout speeches. We will set the scene here in the plenary room, and then we will go into some breakout sessions. The first of which is a gender equal access to the labour market, access to social protection and a changing labour market, and artificial intelligence and algorithmic management in the workplace. Tomorrow, we will have 3 more breakout sessions looking at the interaction between the different Porto targets and pathways to meet them, labour market policies for a fair transition, and social investment and the role of early childhood education and care. Tomorrow, we also expect to sign the La Hulpe Declaration with the European institutions, the social partners, and civil society. A little bit of housekeeping before I hand over to our first keynote speaker. I shouldn't joke about a pillar of needs at such a conference, but I'm sure everybody wants the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi password there is EPSR 2024, and the password is the same again, EPSR 2024. I should say also at this juncture, plenary here in this room will be live streamed on the Belgian Presidency YouTube channel, but not the breakout sessions. For translation, you should have received your headsets on the way in. The channels are 1 for English, 2 for French, 3 for Dutch, and 4 for German. There'll be a slight change a little bit later on, but I will notify you of that when it comes up. Now, for more information, for background information, for the conference program, background notes, plan of this lovely site, you can scan the QR code here that you see on the screen. That will take you to a dedicated microsite, and we will be adding more information to that over the days. So do have that on your mobile ready to check whenever you need some practical guidance throughout the day. Well, we're starting a little bit late, so you don't want to hear any more from me. So I'm very happy to hand over the floor to our opening speech, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Social Affairs and Health, Frank van den Broeke. Sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, first of all, my apologies for having kept you waiting, which shows that this is not an easy process, but it's a real pleasure to be able to welcome you here also on behalf of my colleague, Deputy Prime Minister Pierre-Yves Dermagne. To welcome you here indeed at this La Hulpe conference on the future of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And for several months, you have been hearing Pierre-Yves and me announcing this conference. We started early as we were ambitious. And we said that the Belgian presidency wanted to adopt a declaration on the future of the European Pillar of Social Rights to be signed by member states, by the European Commission, by the European Parliament, if possible, social partners and civil society. This was ambitious, but we thought we had to be ambitious. This was our responsibility. Because our presidency comes at the end of the current legislative cycle and at the beginning of the new one, a strategic moment which forces upon us to look backwards and at the same time to think ahead about the next agenda for the European Union, the next Commission, the next European Parliament. That is to think ahead about the next 5 years. When we look backwards at the past 5 years, we can be proud of what has been done at EU level, and I would like to pay tribute to our Commissioner, Nicolas Schmit, for his invaluable efforts. I also like to thank the European Parliament and Dragos Pislaru as chair of the Ample Committee, and your colleagues for the key role you played in raising the ambition of the past 5 years' social agenda. The beginning of this legislation was not an easy one. We remember this. In February 2020, COVID-19 spread around Europe. We discovered how fragile we were in front of that pandemic. And in that situation, we also witnessed the importance of an inclusive social security system, of resilient healthcare systems. And we also learned that even well-organized national welfare states reach their limits in the face of such a transnational challenge. European solidarity was key to reinforce national response capacities with, for instance, the SURE program to sustain employment, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and the joint procurement of vaccines. The European social agenda of the past 5 years, however, goes beyond the response to the pandemic. Significant steps have been taken to ensure that work pays, that work provides a decent living, that dignified, transparent, and predictable working conditions are guaranteed in our economic models. The Directive on Minimum Wages and the recent agreement on Platform Workers Directive are 2 important successes in that endeavor. But despite the achievements obtained so far, Europe continues to be faced by an unprecedented series of crises and challenges, such as the rapidly unfolding climate crisis, environmental degradation, the digitalization, and the demographic evolution. Also, the changes in the geopolitical context and the sharp rise in inflation and the subsequent cost of living crisis. In the spirit of the European Social Charter, the purpose of this conference and the declaration that we aim to sign is to indicate together the way forward, the way to navigate the challenges confronting us and to shape the policy responses for the next 5 years. To do so, we strongly believe that the European Pillar of Social Rights should remain the compass, because, among other reasons, it ensures that no one will be left behind when we navigate all those challenges. Today, we want to reaffirm clearly the pillar as our common guiding manifesto to design our employment and social policies, and by doing so, to foster convergence in working and living conditions all over in the Union. With this conference, we want also to define a modus operandi, which builds on social dialogue as a fundamental component of the European social model, which recognizes the importance of civil society also in our democracies. Therefore, over the past months, we have intensively engaged in a broad consultation with member states, European institutions, social partners, and civil society. We collected different views. We engaged in long, but I think in the end, extremely rich negotiations. And believe me, this is not an easy exercise, but today we can proudly hold in our hands a text that is indeed a shared product, obviously a compromise, but also the result of a common effort in all member states and with everybody concerned. With the La Hulp Declaration, however, we do not only recommit to the European social model and reaffirm the pillar as our European social rulebook. With this declaration, we make a step forward. We identify the priorities for the next European legislative term. And as I said earlier, we are indeed in a crucial political juncture. We need to look backwards, we need to assess, we need to evaluate what has been done, but we must think forward about the challenges ahead and how we want to address them. In the next weeks, we will be called to write a Council Strategic Agenda 2024-2029. The declaration that we will sign tomorrow obviously will have a life for 5 years, but it should also be seen within the wider debate on the future of our Union. In the next days, for instance, the European Council will adopt a new competitiveness deal. Discussion is still ongoing, but that's in the agenda. In the face of declining productivity growth in the EU, the growing global competition, and the related erosion of the EU industrial basis, in that context, a comprehensive strategy is badly needed to support our business and to make our economies more resilient. The Belgian presidency, together with our Spanish colleagues, strongly advocated for well-organized social investment as also a key driver of sustainable economic growth and competitiveness. However, social policies should obviously not only be seen as a productive factor. They are valuable per se. They are the cement of our societies. And so we strongly believe that together with the debate on a competitiveness deal, we also need a social deal. And as already said, we've been using that expression. We want a Europe that cares, a Europe that prepares, a Europe that protects. It should also be a Europe that is seen by citizens to care, seen to prepare, seen to protect. That is the essence of what we are doing today. That is the reason why we want a solemn declaration. That's the reason why we've been working so hard to find a large consensus on priorities for the next 5 years. I thank you all for your commitment to this, and I wish you very productive exchanges during this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, for setting out some of the aims that we will try to get through in the coming days. We'll turn now to our first keynote speech to talk about reflecting on social challenges ahead of the next EU term. Please welcome the Chair of the European Parliament Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, Dragos Pislaru.
Thank you very much, dear Deputy Prime Minister Van der Broeke, dear Frank, dear ministers, dear honourable colleagues, members of the European Parliament, dear colleagues, dear friends. I am truly delighted to be here in La Hulpe with so many of you whom I have met and worked with on the way to this conference. There has been an amazing period of almost 5 years, and together we have managed to steer the way of social policy and be really truthful to the European Pillar of Social Rights. Together we will draft and sign the declaration that will shape the strategic agenda of the next European legislator. And my journey here, our journey here, brought to me in mind two of the most important principles that guided this 9th legislature of the European Parliament: solidarity and cooperation. It was solidarity and cooperation that pulled us through these difficult last years marked by the pandemics and the energy crisis. It was solidarity and cooperation that made us stronger against the security threat of our borders, despite many difficulties and diverging views. It was indeed, finally, solidarity and cooperation that turns these many challenges into opportunities and to achievements. I am standing here proudly representing the European Parliament and Employment and Social Affairs Committee in the European Parliament that has been working through this legislature by fully embracing these two principles while playing a crucial role in shaping the European social agenda. I am indeed humbled by the multitude of challenges that we have faced, from navigating the complexities of the COVID-19 pandemic to confronting the energy crisis spurred by geopolitical tensions. Yet, in the face of these challenges, we have weathered the storms that we have never could imagine, united by the same purpose. And this needs to be put very clearly forward right now at the times of La Hulpe: serving our citizens with integrity and steadfast dedication. This is the role of us politicians. This is the role of all the public servants. This is about how we pursue the ideas of our founding fathers of the European Union. And we indeed, as Frank has actually mentioned, we have achieved a lot, from contributing to the reframing of the EU's economic governance framework and strengthening the role of the European Pillar of Social Rights in it, emphasizing the importance of social investment and fostering greater equality across member states. Getting through a legislation that is really amazing on the decent minimum wage and on platform work, promoting better working conditions in this changing world of work and gender equality, and insisting on more efficient, stronger social protection systems. And additionally, we've been at the forefront of advancing the European Child Guarantee, on working on traineeships for young people, ensuring that children and the youth will have a chance to have better life, better living conditions, and access to support and resources they need to thrive. And our work within the Employment and Social Affairs Committee turned into reality in many ways. The idea that the economic and social consideration need to be tackled on equal footing. And we always highlighted the interlinkages between economic strategies and welfare policies. And this is how we stand now. And I'm confident that we will continue this work in the next legislature. As we can hear these days, the focus of the Union will be more, it seems, on economy, on industry, on competitiveness, on productivity. And it is very important to say that there should be, and there is no contradiction in between competitiveness and the social policy. They go hand in hand, and we cannot imagine a competitive Europe without investing in its most important resource, people. And it is about these social investments that, and not leaving people behind, that will actually follow the European values. We are gathering here in La Hulpe for setting the scene and showing the right direction for the future of the European Socialist Agenda, and we have many challenges ahead. From the challenges of the green and digital transition to the cost of living crisis, up to demographic challenges that are really considerable. And amidst all these challenges, the increasing inequalities and the risk of poverty rates in so many regions of the EU are showing cracks and big cracks in social cohesion, resulting in social discontent and unrest. And these are visible and alarming, and with political consequences. So the most important aim should be to invest in people so that they can unleash their potential. That means strengthening their social rights and truly investing in their skills, their labor market transition, and their protection. We need to further harness and strengthen the European social model to bring our standards at a global scale and hence activate all the people. And if we do that, if we strengthen our competitiveness by reducing inequalities, by strengthening social cohesion, and last but not least, fighting against extremism, not to overtake the political landscape. And this is the way forward, and that's what we do here. And there are some tools that are there available, and this is a part of the way we can look at the priorities for ahead. So, first and foremost, I think that it's clear that we need to create a healthy ecosystem where all policies work together and interact with each other in a comprehensive manner. Adequately designed policy mixes can address this complexity of socio-economic problems that we have. We need a systemic and integrated approach to policy with a focus on solving people's problems and not silo policy, and it has been in the past. The fact that we had this jumbo council with the ministers of finance and the minister of social affairs and labor, that was a really great step forward. And this is how we should go forward in order to have integrated policy. Secondly, of course, it's about investing in more and better human capital that it can increase the potential for innovation and absorb new knowledge emerging from technological progress. And investing in an integrated manner in early childhood education and care, in education, in reskilling and upskilling, in healthcare, not only helps individuals, but leads to more resilience, competitiveness, and productivity. Hence the link in between the two important parts, competitiveness and social policy. And third, we need to mainstream social goals in EU funding and highlight that all funds can have a social impact. It's not just about the social funds that we need to work with. And that is really very important to understand that in mainstreaming, it's a crucial thing to do. And a very important policy tool for this objective could be the introduction of social conditionalities in the rules of allocating EU funds, and of course, also looking at public procurement. Last but not least, we need to work together across member states, institutions, different stakeholders to further strengthen solidarity and cooperation, as we did on this amazing way from Porto to La Hulpe. And a few months away from the European elections, on a currently very fragmented continent, where in some countries, young people from 16 years old have been given the right to vote, and this is really amazing. We are looking to a reality that is going to be shaped by the results of this election on the 6th to 9th of June. And it is crucial we emphasize the important role the European Parliament, the European institutions can play together in strengthening the European social agenda. And this is something that we need to communicate. La Hulpe is about reaching people out and telling them that we are prepared, we are doing the right thing for them. And let me finish by telling you what La Hulpe should symbolize after our meeting. La Hulpe is about integration, it's about trust, it's about strong ties between all member states, institutions, and stakeholders. And I did a little bit of research. La Hulpe comes from the Celtic word Elpe, the silver river. And I will say that indeed there is a silver lining that we are right now shaping forward. And it is indeed integration, trust, and strong lies between all these institutions that we are representing today that can converge the energy and political will needed to project our future. That is about setting the right steps forward for ensuring social resilience. La Hulpe is about ambition and daring, and here we are to hope and to dare and to show that we are committed to deliver a better social Europe to our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And indeed, it is not just the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. We know that the European Parliament as a whole has done strong work on the pillar and hope that that continues into the next term. We'll now hear about the necessary of building a strong social Europe across borders. And to tell us all about that, please welcome President of the European Economic and Social Committee, Oliver Roepke.
Thank you very much. Dear Deputy Prime Minister Van den Broek, dear Frank, dear Chair of the Ample Committee in the Parliament, dear Dragos, dear President Roy, distinguished ministers, guests, participants, it's now my turn to thank warmly the Belgian presidency for organizing this conference in order to reaffirm the key principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights also for the future, and for launching a debate and hopefully a commitment about the future implementation of this pillar. I agree with the two previous speakers that we all together, social partners, governments, the Commission, the Parliament, organized civil society, and many others, we have achieved a lot when we implemented this pillar. And I can assure you that the European Economic and Social Committee has always been a strong ally in elaborating and implementing the pillar. A regular and meaningful dialogue with organized civil society can only strengthen our commitment to a strong European social model. We remain strongly committed to moving forward the EU's social agenda and sustainable competitiveness. EU institutions have all our support in turning the social rights pillar into reality. I would also take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts and successes achieved by the European Commission, the Parliament, and the recent EU presidencies that have left their imprint to the building of a more social and fairer Europe. And this is precisely what citizens are expecting from us, from organized civil society, from politicians. When asked about what the most important dimensions for the future of Europe are, Europeans mention, first of all, the economy, social justice and jobs, but also the fight against social exclusion and poverty, climate change and education and youth. And I'm convinced that with the European Pillar of Social Rights, we are on the right track. By promoting social cohesion alongside economic prosperity and by addressing inequalities and fostering opportunities for all members of society, social policy becomes the cornerstone of a thriving democracy, ensuring that no one is left behind. The pillar has been very useful to navigate recent crises and today's megatrends and to address common employment, skills, and social challenges. It has also allowed for upward convergence in working and living conditions in the European Union. That is why the committee believes that the pillar's implementation should remain a key priority. We look forward to the review of the action plan in 2025, and we will contribute to it. I already mentioned that climate change is among the most important matters for Europeans. Undoubtedly, the European Green Deal is one of the most ambitious initiatives ever undertaken by the European Union, which we in the committee fully support. However, we cannot afford the risk of too little too late. From the beginning, the EESC advocated for a European Green and Social Deal. Among our concrete proposals to the Belgian presidency, we advocate for the establishment of a European directive for just transition of the world of work. We also believe we should further strengthen dialogue on the use of artificial intelligence at the workplace and its development, procurement, and deployment. The ESC is working on several opinions at the moment on artificial intelligence, including on generative AI. Making the transitions just also entails empowering everyone with good skills. Therefore, everybody, especially the most vulnerable, should have the right to access effective, quality and inclusive training, paid educational leave, and guidance and counseling. And ladies and gentlemen, for all these endeavors, we need also adequate financial means, and we need fiscal rules that allow the urgently needed investments. In a recent opinion for the Belgian presidency that were requested, we, the ESC, have recently emphasized the importance of investments also in social areas, as they have a positive impact on economic growth, productivity, and competitiveness. The committee also worries that tight budgets might slow down progress on important goals like fighting poverty and climate change. And finally, and this is close to my heart, I would like to say some words about the strategic importance of the pillar of social rights beyond our current EU borders. Without any doubt, the EU integration of the countries of the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership represents a geostrategic investment in the future. But to be clear, the integration of candidate countries starts not with the accession, it starts now. Governments in the candidate countries need to create opportunities for employment and economic growth. They need to empower social partners and to guarantee social dialogue and collective bargaining, and they have to equally strengthen civil society organizations and to safeguard civic space and a vibrant dialogue. Our committee is accompanying their organized civil society in order to be able to provide their valuable input in this integration process. Moreover, to put in practice a gradual integration of candidate countries into the EU, we have launched at the committee a flagship initiative to involve social partners and civil society representatives from EU candidate countries in the regular work of our committee. Because outside or inside the European Union, we cannot advance the social dimension without the proper involvement of social partners and relevant civil society organizations. Social dialogue plays a key role in shaping economic, labor, and social policies that promote the upward convergence of living and working conditions. And in addition, the dialogue with civil society organizations play an essential role in amplifying the voice, especially of the most vulnerable groups in our society, and to give concrete responses to the diverse needs of the people in Europe. Collective action, ladies and gentlemen, has a great potential for transformation. We've come a long way since the proclamation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Yet we have to continue our journey and fully implement the pillar. It is only with ambition that we will align people's aspirations with actions. I'm convinced, and I hope very much, that this La Hulpe conference must be another and will be another milestone in our joint endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And now our final keynote speech to whet your appetite for the breakout sessions to come. I'm very pleased to hand over the floor to the President of the Social Platform, Heather Roy, who is telling us about the role of civil society in shaping a social Europe.
Deputy Prime Minister, friends and colleagues, it's my pleasure to be speaking here today on behalf of the membership of Social Platform. Social Platform is the leading and largest civil society organisation working specifically for a more social Europe. Together, we unite and fight on behalf of tens of thousands of organisations and hundreds and millions of people in Europe. Children, young and older people, women, LGBTIQ people, people with disabilities, all migrants, including undocumented migrants, people who experience racism and inequalities, Roma and others from persecuted ethnic or religious backgrounds, carers, social economy actors, and not-for-profit social services, the people and organisations who very much make up our social fabric. And we welcome this La Hulpe Declaration, and we thank the Belgian presidency for their work in ensuring social policy is now and in the future a priority in European policy making. We also welcome the role that has been given to civil society in shaping the declaration. We believe our participation is key to develop policies that address the needs of the most vulnerable in society. And even though we regret that at this time there's a shrinking of space for civil society in Europe, there is still a need to include civil society. There is still a need to reinforce civil dialogue through this declaration and its implementation. We live at a time, as has been said, of permacrisis. And it can seem that much of Europe's policy making is driven by crisis. And it is right that we respond to crisis. But we also need to reflect on what our vision is for Europe. We are concerned that this crisis-driven approach is reflected in the growing pivot towards social equality and inclusion, becoming a byproduct of the priorities of competitiveness, productivity, and industry. We strongly urge the European Union to reject this approach and find a strong balance. Social policies must be at the heart of any future strategic agenda for Europe. Recent Eurobarometer surveys have shown that people across Europe expect social rights to be at the centre of the EU's approach. And if we want the strong and resilient social market economy that the La Hulpe Declaration aspires to, then we cannot see social and environmental policies sidelined as a consequence rather than a deliberate aim. Because the reality is we are leaving people behind in Europe. Poverty has not significantly reduced over the past 3 years. 1 in 5 people in Europe are still at risk of poverty or social exclusion, rising to 1 in 4 of children. Nearly 10% of households live in energy poverty. 17% of households are living in financial distress, a level not seen since 2013. Europe currently boasts some of our highest levels of employment, but there are serious questions about the quality and sustainability of employment that need to be addressed before we will achieve social progress and prosperity for all. We need to see poverty and social exclusion as structural issues that need comprehensive, intersectional, and structural responses. And again, according to Eurobarometer, 78% of people want and expect to see increased spending on social policies, and the fight against inequalities, poverty, and social exclusion is a #1 priority for voters. Because this is a critical year for European democracy, we have to consider what are the expectations and the needs of people across Europe. Will we all listen to the people of Europe at this time of elections and find ways to meet their expectations? Or will we continue to see a widening gulf and potential democratic deficit between the reality of everyday lives and the policies that are created? The adoption of the La Hulpe Declaration is the moment to not only recommit to the headline targets set in Porto and reaffirm the EPSR as the compass of our policy making, but to truly think about the type of society we want to envision and to start the journey towards its implementation and realisation. For Social Platform, the revision of the action plan of the Pillar of Social Rights will be key to prioritising social progress and adopting expanded measures to meet the needs of people across our continent. And we will want to see that intersectional approach. We will want to see us looking for who is missed from existing social policies and bring a greater sense of equality and prosperity together. And that means we want to see that integrated approach in how we look to eradicate poverty. We have to ensure that we lift at least 15 million people out of poverty by 2030. And frankly, it probably should be a lot more. We reiterate our call for a framework directive on adequate minimum income, and so that we can strengthen our social protection systems. We want to see the renewal of the Union of Equality to fight discrimination and safeguard fundamental rights for everyone. And we want to see a structured framework for civil dialogue to ensure that the voices and needs represented by civil society organisations are considered in policy making. And an approach on social investment, rejecting the crisis narrative and consequential narrative, and seeing our social protection systems, our social services, and our healthcare systems as cornerstones of a fully realised and working social market economy. We see the La Hulpe Declaration as a call to action. The Council must include social policy as a priority within its forthcoming strategic agenda, something that's been underlined by all the speakers this afternoon. The European Commission must include social policy in the revision of the action plan within the next political guidelines to ensure that we meet the Porto Summit targets. And the European Parliament must remain steadfast in their vision for building social Europe in the months ahead. The voice of the Parliament will be crucial to ensure an impactful revision of the action plan. And for us, as social platform, as civil society, we will commit to continuing to contribute and advocate for a more social Europe, from the grassroots to Brussels. Our contribution will be rooted in our experience, in our diversity and our representativity. We are happy to work in partnership with all who share a vision for a more just social Europe. You can be our allies. We can be your allies. But most of all, we must be allies for people across Europe who are at our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, we've heard from civil society, from the EU institutions, including, of course, the Belgian presidency. So hopefully that has given you plenty of food for thought as we move towards our future-oriented parallel sessions, those discussions, all of which will seek to discuss the challenges and policies for a new EU term. Now, thanks to our commitment of our speakers sticking to time, we're almost back on schedule. However, it is a distance to get to those breakout rooms, so I urge you to go directly there. We have 3 parallel breakout sessions. They are color-coded. You leave this room, go across in front of reception over to the conference centre and up the stairs. So session 1 is a gender equal access to the labour market with an intersectional perspective. That is colour-coded white and is in room Palisandre and will be moderated by Joanna Maycock. Session 2 is ensuring access to societal protection for all in a changing labour market. That is colour-coded yellow and in room Imbuya and will be moderated by Anne-Claire Lebaudic. Session 3 is fair working conditions, AI and algorithmic management. That is colour-coded blue and appropriate enough is in room Tech. So please find your way over to those rooms and we'll see you all back down here in the plenary for rapporteurs and reporting back after the coffee break.
There's no place to hide and no one can call me. My name is so dirty, call me dirty girl. You made me a symbol, so I'm on my own. Falling apart, there's nothing to lose. I'm clumsy and not you call me a loser. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. I swear you can call me a loser. La 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 la. La la la
Bonjour à tous, messieurs, dames. Je suis Olivier, je suis actuellement au Redwood et normalement vous devriez me recevoir dans le streaming. Est-ce que Serge peut me confirmer cela? Ouais, moi je peux envoyer plus fort, hein. Ok, très bien. Magnifique, merci à toi.
Bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue à cette soirée pizza merveilleuse, pepperoni. Ah non, c'est... Check, check, Mike, ça va. Check, check, Mike, ça va. Il faut pas dire pepperoni. Check, check, Mike.
pepperoni.
No, you can ignore that. No, no. No, but that's for the panel afterwards. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates and attendees, please take your seats as we have already, with bated breath, waiting to give you our feedback, the rapporteurs from the breakout sessions. We're not going to panel discussion just yet. I love the keenness and enthusiasm. Thank you. So I know you've all been over in the breakout sessions. We had 3 very important topics that were discussed. We had a gender equal access to the labour market and an intersectional perspective, ensuring access to social protection for all in a changing labour market, and fair working conditions, looking at AI and algorithmic management. And I am delighted to welcome back from each of those sessions the rapporteurs. Irina Muzova, Deputy Director General from DG Justice in the European Commission. You were session 1. Next to you we have Paul Schelkens, who is full professor of social security law at the University of Leuven, and Sten Brücke, who is a senior economist at the OECD, who are going to do their best to condense what were very long and involved discussions into just a few minutes to give you all a taster of what was said. So Irina, you were on the gender breakout session. Tell me what were the main discussion points.
Well, first of all, let me thank very much for all the panelists and keynote speeches, but we have been already very inspired by the keynote opening speeches, because many of the prominent speakers at the opening of this event so mentioned gender equality, intersectionality, and so on. So we have indulged a bit in the facts because unfortunately the gender employment gap still persists even more once we see the intersectional perspective. Today, unfortunately, the factors like a disability, racial minorities, migrant background, or age, they are increasingly persistent. So while the overall gender employment gap is 10.7%, and women were also very much affected by the recent crises like COVID-19, energy, but also by the new challenges, but also opportunities. And this was resonating through the whole our discussion. The digital and green transition, a key for the success, but also very important to address from the point of inequalities. Also, gender segregation in the labor market, which has not shifted. The figures, they simply are stable. They are not moving in one single inch. And we still observe the glass ceiling and the glass walls equally as 10 years ago. So this is really very disappointing. Needs to invest into the education so women can truly participate in ICT sectors and so contribute also to increased productivity and growth through those new opportunities that I have mentioned. And last but not least, more women in paid work also means an increase of GDP and also positive impact on the economy. So these were the facts that we've been observing at the beginning. And then what actions? So first of all, enforcing the implementation of the legislation, fostering work-life balance, and tackling gender labor market discrimination. So to really strengthen the effective implementation of the mechanisms and legislation, and here so many were mentioned, like of course the Pillar of Social Rights, but also semester coordination, the new instrument in place, Pay Transparency Directive, European Care Strategy, the Work-Life Balance Directive, but also Women on Boards Directive, impact of the Violence Against Women Directive, and also equality bodies. Key has been seen by many is to implement the legislation and to do so at the European level and also at the national level. Now, another topic very important is the distribution of the care responsibilities inside of the couple, but also support by the society. That means the European measures to improve paid care, to leave both parents able to participate in the labor market, and also investment in the well-being economy through the social structures in place. Key is quality, accessible, affordable childcare and also dependence care because they are essential components in tackling the barrier to labor market participation. So we need targeted initiatives challenging also gender stereotypes and involving men, predominantly young men, because they are also our partners, but they are also part of the solution because they are more and more interested also to take part of care and be more involved in the care economies. Another topic, integration, a stronger gender and intersectional perspective into all European Union policies, especially in emerging priority issues like the digital and green transition. So how to do it? One example, for example, how to embed this strong gender perspective in some policy was mentioned by the State Secretary of Belgium. So fiscal policy, because the tax benefit systems are supposed to be gender neutral. However, the current system often include the financial incentives for the secondary earners, which are mostly, unfortunately, women. And they are important to, so there is very important to have a measures in place also to mitigate the disincentives. So it is one of the reasons which leads as a consequence to the rather broad pension gap. And we are more and more seeing women pensioners living on the breach of the poverty. The intersectionality is an aggravating factor, and a comprehensive approach is needed to support women facing special vulnerabilities or experiencing multiple forms of discrimination in the labor market. And again, so the data, we have a robust data, and one of the examples is Index 2022. I have mentioned the digital and green transition because this is a strategic opportunity to enhance the women's labor participation and also to create new employment opportunities. There will be millions of the new jobs, but we need well-prepared workers with the necessary social systems. So once again, investing in care is essential. Also, the care jobs should be seen as a part of the green and digital transition, which are not for the time being, because they have also the potential to create low carbon quality jobs, and also they are so important to addressing the demographic challenges, aging of our societies. Now, how to deepen and strengthen our policies? It is one bridge, but there have been also some concrete proposals. So first of all, it is in terms of the action. So first of all, it is important to increase the visibility of the gender equality policies and enhance also high-level political leadership at the European level. How to do it? On top of the gender equality specific policies, to focus on mainstreaming under the next mandate again through the into all the policies, examples, agriculture, fisheries, almost everything. And also to give another step after the budgetary marking towards the gender budgeting, with the focus on the economic governance in the European Union through the tools like a European semester. Important is also, in order to have this clear view through the design of the policies, to invest in having this missing women's voice at the policy mainstream making. And now, institutional calls, reinforcing institutional mechanism. So building on the recent informal ministerial meeting under the Belgian presidency, where many of the participants there, but also today, called for the specific place of the gender equality in the Council. Renewed gender equality strategy under the next mandate, and also the role of the dedicated equality commissioners in the future.
Thank you. I know it's been a tough job to break that down into such a short period of time because, of course, women's inclusion cuts across everything. Paul, you were talking about, in your breakout session, access to social protection. Give us the highlights, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, just persevere. It's on.
Thank you. Well, we have been discussing access to social protection, and access meaning access of workers and self-employed, and a large part of the discussion, of course, has been devoted to those workers which create problems as to the design of Social Security, meaning the atypical workers, the non-standard workers, and the self-employed. And like designing an unemployment for self-employed is not the most easy thing you can imagine. I went a bit beyond and over my time during my presentation in the first session, so I promise now to keep it shorter and to restrict a bit my message. We have three messages, at least that's what I perceived during our discussion. First and foremost, what we have at the European Union level is solid. So when we look at the European Pillar of Social Rights, and especially the recommendation on access to social protection, it is something to foster, to develop, and to maintain and to keep. And that can be done because it has still its weaknesses. First and foremost, the monitoring. There has been a strong call, I think, to continue the monitoring and preferably along the lines of other instruments, like, for instance, also the recommendation on minimum income. Secondly, to develop concepts which are not clear yet in the recommendation, like adequacy, for instance, could be something also to develop further. And there, the monitoring could also be very important. And the examples we heard during the sessions, best practices in countries, could be very enriching there to fill out the concepts. 3, to develop some parameters. We are still missing some parameters on transparency, for instance, on adequacy. So there some work could be developed and could be devoted for. So what we have is good, so keep it and develop it further to influence also the national policies in the long run. Secondly, what we have is not the only thing we have. There is no monopoly by the recommendation. So there are still some possibilities to develop complementary, next to the recommendation and the pillar, other initiatives, and it even was discussed legal initiatives if there is some consensus to be found there. And there was a very, very interesting debate. I think reference was made to SURE, so the institution which was developed by the European Union to support temporary unemployment and job retention schemes. Why was it interesting? Because it inspired the actual recommendation which we have now, and the other way around, the recommendation also inspired the SURE mechanism with labor status neutrality. That was something which was very strongly present. So complementarity, the possibility to develop new, further initiatives, even legal initiatives. Of course, they should be proven to be relevant, and you have a test of subsidiarity. It should have an added value that the European Union should develop them. But there was some openness. Next to that, both for the first and the second, the specificity. Not only specificity of workers, so not only respecting the specificity of workers, but also there was a very strong call to respect the specificity of the systems. So yes, we agree there's a common reference framework developed by the European Union, but we have to respect also that the systems can be different. And then last but not least, I think during the debate there was a very strong common sense on the fact that social security is not to be considered as a cost, but it could be considered as an investment in human capital. And a concrete example was also given for the self-employed. I mean, the self-employed, when they know they are protected, for instance, for temporary unemployment due to risks like COVID-19, possibly they will take initiative to invest and to have a return back to the economy. I think that message was a very strong message, which was coming across the different persons who have been in the group presenting, but also discussing on the topic.
Thank you, and indeed we heard that in the keynote speeches this morning as well, so reinforced by your breakout session. Steen, you're our final reporter for these breakout sessions. AI and algorithmic management. Give us your overview.
Thank you. So the overarching question of our session was how we can reap the benefits from AI while at the same time managing the risks. So we all know that progress in AI has been very rapid and that it's making its way into the workplace, and that brings both benefits but risks as well. So AI could make our jobs safer, more interesting. It could lead to productivity gains, boost wages, and better living standards. AI could also help labor market authorities improve job matching, skills provision, labor law enforcement, as well as the integration of vulnerable groups. But AI also brings risks of automation, risks to job quality, risks to inclusiveness in terms of who will benefit and who will lose out from this technological revolution, and risks also through bias and discrimination embedded in these algorithms. The use of AI to manage workers, sometimes called algorithmic management, raises particular concerns. We've all heard stories about its use in the platform economy, with workers being spied on or being dismissed by an algorithm without explanation or ability to challenge that decision. And that algorithmic management is increasingly finding its way also into the more traditional workplace, partly due to the pandemic, when employers felt an increased need to monitor workers working from home. So these tools can be very intrusive, and we heard about some new effective neurotechnologies which have intensive tracking and monitoring features. Now, an important reminder is that AI does not operate in a regulatory vacuum. We already have laws on employment protection, occupational safety and health, working time, discrimination, data protection, and privacy. but there may be some gaps and loopholes in our existing regulatory frameworks. Now, compared to other regions, it's felt that the EU is relatively well placed when it comes to AI, with, for example, the GDPR and also the recently approved AI Act. But there is a feeling that more could be done. For example, the EU Platform Work Directive contains very welcome rules on algorithmic management, but these will only apply to platform workers, who currently only represent a small share of workers overall. Our session also highlighted the need to have a human in the loop, but the challenge here is to make that concept meaningful, so that a human in the loop doesn't just mean the rubber stamping of AI decisions. And the right to disconnect is another issue that deserves renewed attention, particularly as levels of remote working have remained very high after the pandemic, and the boundary between home and work life has blurred. We heard that data and privacy protections currently do not go far enough to protect workers. In terms of bias and discrimination, we heard that while the law offers protection against some types of algorithmic bias, we need to find a way to embed equality and non-discrimination into AI systems by design. Finally, in terms of the macroeconomic impact of AI, we were reassured that if we put the right policies and institutions in place, a jobless future is unlikely. And so some of these institutions and policies include safety nets, antitrust enforcement, redirecting investments to useful technologies, as well as the investments in skills. Now, social partners also will play a critical role in making a success of AI. Social dialogue is important because it is together that we will decide what kind of future we want. But also that very social dialogue is at risk from AI because, for example, of the power imbalance that AI creates between workers and employers. And there was a call in our session for having technically literate workers representatives. So that was my brief summary of our session. I hope I did a better job than AI could have done. Thank you.
Absolutely, 100%. Thank you very much. Now, you've already condensed it a lot, and I'm just going to throw you in at the last minute to ask you to condense even further so each of you just very briefly your, I don't know, 3-word takeaway. Irina, what's your quick takeaway?
Well, it is really very difficult because discussion was so rich, but maybe 4 things. There's design and implement quality legislation, invest in key services like care, have a political vision across all the policies, and invest in tools for the future. Because from the more gender equal society benefits virtually everyone.
Thank you. Paul, your top takeaway.
Yes, that's a very hard one. First, we were thinking not to have a giveaway because it has been a very rich debate. Then I was thinking of using one of the one-liners I heard from one of the ministers, but I cannot do that because then I have to give 4 one-liners. I have to treat equally all. So I will do it differently. I will say something which I think came out of the debate and which I strongly believe. And that is, if you want to keep the things as they are, you have to change everything. Adapt. We have been moving towards more flexible work forms. We have to make sure that solidarity in our social security schemes is extended to those new work forms as well.
Adapt to survive, I think. And Steen, you can have a top quote or a top takeaway, whatever you like.
I'm going to have 4 very quick points. One is that we shouldn't forget that AI also brings benefits. Second, in terms of the risks, one thing that we heard is that we have something at EU level, and that is better than nothing. But third, there is a clear need for urgent action when it comes to AI and the risks in the workplace. And finally, perhaps to quote the economist David Author, and that is perhaps my own takeaway from our session, is that we shouldn't ask what AI will do to us, but what we want AI to do for us.
Well, that's a great point to finish on. Thank you, and please, a warm round of applause for the hard work put in by our rapporteurs. Thank you all very much indeed, and I appreciate that we can't distill everything down into just a soundbite, but this is just something to bear in mind as we continue through our conference, and we are now going to move on to the high-level ministerial political debate on the future of social Europe. A quick word of housekeeping for those of you who are using translation and headsets. For a point during the debate, our headsets will switch off German onto Italian to allow our Italian minister to express themselves in their native tongue. But we are going to hear from not only Italy, but also Hungary, Greece, Austria, France, and Poland. But to manage this, I'm going to hand over into the very capable hands of the former European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Laszlo Andor. Please, sir, take to the stage and introduce us to your guests.
Good evening. Dear ministers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me, on behalf of everybody, welcome the real Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicolas Schmit, who has arrived, and at the same time introduce the discussion of this evening, which is going to be indeed very demanding because we have 6 speakers, and all of them will have to address one or another aspect of the future of social Europe. I really feel honored to have been invited to moderate this discussion. Maybe it's known, and I like speaking about the future of social Europe, not least because sometimes it's very, very hard to talk about the past of social Europe. But give me an opportunity to just mention one memory from the time of the previous Belgian presidency, which also had a conference in this building. And the reason I would like to recall this, because at the time of the previous Belgian presidency, indeed there was a feeling that it is a post-crisis presidency. And you can look ahead to the long-term future and discuss the plans for 10 years ahead. And then, of course, in the following year, we realized that it was actually a pre-crisis presidency, and a lot of energy was needed to respond one way or another to the great Eurozone crisis with all the social consequences. And if only we had about half of the solidarity at that time, which was experienced at the time of the COVID recession, Europe would be today a different place politically, but also socially and economically. So it's very important to discuss where exactly in time we are, but the discussion is well prepared to look ahead to specific items of the future development of social Europe. And I would like to invite the 6 distinguished guests to stage in the order of their statements, which will follow shortly. But first of all, I would like them all to join me on stage, starting with Mr. Attila Fülöp, who is the Minister of State for Care Policy at the Ministry of the Interior in Hungary. Minister, please join me. Second will be Ms. Katarzyna Nowakowska, who is Deputy Minister of Family, Labor and Social Policy from Poland. She's going to be followed by Ms. Domna Mihailidou, who is Minister of Labor and Social Insurance in Greece. The next will be Ms. Marina Elvira Calderone, Minister of Labor and Social Policies, Italy. To be followed by Mr. Johannes Rauch, Minister of Social Affairs, Health, Care and Consumer Protection in Austria. And last but not least, Ms. Fadila Khattabi, Minister Delegate for Seniors and People with Disabilities. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'm sure you will have a lot to say. I prepared questions with the help of the Belgian presidency to all of you, but it would be very good if it could also be followed by an interactive session, and you would be free to ask questions from each other in order to widen the scope of the discussion and address as many interesting aspects of the future of social Europe as possible. Now, I feel a little bit lucky that we can start with Hungary because indeed I took a plane this morning in Budapest, and when I turned on the radio to listen to the news, something like 5 a.m., the first news was that this is the day when the Youth Guarantee Plus will be launched in Hungary. So this is really a very important moment also with the implementation of EU social policies in Hungary. But what I would really like to highlight and get to a concrete question to the Minister is indeed the question of the state of the labor market and notably the strategies to address labor shortage. Because many of you may remember that 20 years ago when Hungary joined the European Union, it was one of the countries, together with Malta, with the lowest employment rates. Now it's a country with labor shortages. And my question would be how specific groups, namely persons with disabilities, and also changed working capacities play a role in the strategy of the government to address these labor market shortages, and perhaps the Minister could also add what plans are developed for the time of the Hungarian presidency in this regard. Minister, the floor is yours, and the microphone too.
Thank you very much, both of them. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, dear commissioner, first of all, thanks for the presidency to have this conference here in that beautiful place. At the morning I said that the weather is beautiful as well, but sometimes it has changed. So what I would underline in the first sentence that I mean that participation in society is a human right, and accordingly to that we need to support inclusive labor market. Now we are speaking about people living with any disabilities, so inclusive labor market, provide adequate wages, ensure equal access to all information and public services. Doing inclusive employment the right way with the right mindset could provide real opportunities for those in need. I guess that for those people living with any disability. So that's why in Hungary the government decided to build a work-based society. The work-based society means that those who really want to work, who wish to work, they can do that, they can have a workplace. And according to their capabilities and according to their health. And I mean that because of this, they can support themselves and their families from work income. And I guess it's very important that they can support themselves and their families from work income and not instead of any subsidies. I want to highlight what it was mentioned before, that in Hungary the employment rate is one of the highest and the unemployment rate is among the lowest in Europe. It was quite different 20 years before. The government has created 1 million new jobs in a decade, which is a significant achievement in a country of 10 million people. And which is the most important, that regarding the employment ratio at people with changed working capacity, it has increased from 18% to 50% in 10 years. It means that it has more than doubled in the last decade, the ratio of employment of people living with any changed working capacity. And why has it managed to do that? I guess that it's not a wonder, it's not a miracle. The game changer was only that we looked around and we had the experience that we don't have the focus on the capacity which has been lost. We have to focus on the capacity which is maintained. So that's why we started a program in Hungary which is called You Are Where You. We want to say that our duty is to make clear that everyone has their own value on the labor market as well, even if he has any disabilities. So we have to look at his values. So I think that the main point is that we have changed the mind of the decision maker at the companies. I guess that that's a successful program what we managed to do. And I'm fully convinced that the integration and reintegration of persons with disabilities contributes to increased employment as well as social and economic integration of those concerned. In order to achieve this goal, rehabilitation, the application of reasonable accommodation are fundamental. We would very much like to focus on this issue during the Hungarian presidency as well. That's why we want to have a debate, we want to have an event, and maybe we want to have concluded conclusions regarding the people living with disability. What can we do to strengthen their position on the labor market? What do we have to do to setting up new forms of employment? Vocational rehabilitation is basically implemented in different forms of employment, including developmental and sheltered employment with accredited employers, as well as in an employment relation in the open labor market. And finally, I know that too much figure is a fixed point to a boring speech, but please just let me say some figures. So nearly 400 accredited employers provide rehabilitation employment for approximately 31,000 persons with changed working capacity. The development and rehabilitation of 6,000 people in developmental employment and 31,000 people in protected employment with accredited employers have been realized. In 2024, altogether 175 million euros are available in the budget, together with the additional funds provided due to the minimum wage. So altogether, more than 150,000 persons with impaired work ability and disabilities are gainfully employed. So taking into account the size of 37,000 persons in protected employment, we can say that the majority, 75%, are working at the open labor market. We believe in that and we want to continue in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think these have been very helpful figures to see the scale of the efforts and the investment in human capital. And we will certainly come back some of the details, but I would like first to make a full round with all ministers to elaborate on one critical question. And when we discuss the future of social Europe, one of the most critical questions indeed, what we call the future of work, what role digitalization and artificial intelligence play in the labor market, but specifically contributing to economic growth. And if there has been one country which has been a champion of economic growth in the last 25 years in Europe, that's Poland. So I think it's an absolutely relevant question how in Poland the government thinks about the future of work when it comes to managing digitalization and its effect on the labor market. Minister, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I don't have to do anything with the mic, thank you. Yes, first of all, I would like to thank you in the name of the Poland for the opportunity to speak today here in such esteemed group. And to whoever noticed in the program was our Minister of Family and Labor and Social Affairs, Agnieszka Dziemianowicz-Bąk. So hopefully I will be able to fulfill her in this role today here. In the case of the question asked, yes, we stand now on the brink of new era in the digital landscape of Europe, and it is important to remember that the digital transformation has brought and about unprecedented opportunities for innovation, growth and connectivity, but also presents challenges that must be navigated with care and foresight. if these opportunities will not be used and if challenges will not be ignored, then if the challenges will be ignored, then the future of social Europe could be at risk. We are now facing known challenges, something that happened in the past, something that we know today. But in order to really plan the future, we really have to focus on the challenges that are ahead of us and the challenges that AI is bringing to us now and already brought. And I would like to highlight few categories, which I mean. First of all, labor markets and the opportunities, of course, in the light of social economy, social policy, social future. The implementation and use of new technologies can have a positive impact on the effectiveness of assistance provided to the unemployed. Building intelligent systems using big data may be forms of assistance used, and its effects may be an important element of decisions made, for example, by career advisors. AI system can also support the analysis of job profiles and candidates' preferences, and then compare them with the characteristics of job offers. This is also the opportunity that we cannot miss. This may help to precisely recommend jobs, positions, and the best suit and skills and expectations of job seekers. AI systems can also support the analysis of labor market trends and identify the skills that will be most in demand in the future. Thanks to this, labor market institutions can better target training support to groups that need it most. This is obviously the challenge, the opportunity that social Europe should evaluate on this. But in case of labor law, the digital revolution has transformed the way we work, offering new possibilities for flexibility, telework, efficiency, and collaboration. Algorithmic management can contribute to reducing the burden of work thanks to robotization or improving safety at work. Labor law enforcement is another area where AI can provide significant value. AI-based systems can help with monitoring and reporting irregularities in terms of working conditions, wages, and working hours. About inclusive labor market, with the help of technology, we can create more inclusive work environments, personalized job offers and training paths, and support social and professional integration. For example, AI-based sign language translation tools can facilitate communication in the workplace. And adaptive system can support people with various types of disabilities to perform tasks more effectively. This is an opportunity for parents to better reconcile work and family life, or for people currently distant from the labor market. Example, people with disabilities, who can be integrated with its technology. But we cannot miss the threats, of course. It is essential to address the potential threats posed by automation, AI, and the other disruptive technologies. We attach great importance to protecting the rights of people performing work. We can't just look at the innovation of automated systems. We also need to see people and their work and provide them with appropriate protection. We cannot remain idle when the creation of application and the use of algorithmics affect the scope of social security. We should remember that some most vulnerable groups of people replacing face-to-face services with technology may form a barrier to using social protection. And education, the point that is the most important to me, we can expect that transfer of employees from traditional sectors. This may raise social problems related to the risk of certain categories of employees falling out of the labor market. Our role is to keep employees employed or to return them to the labor market, often after long-term professional inactivity. The European Union has a crucial role here to play in supporting the workplace of tomorrow, ensuring that our citizens are equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to thrive in this digital economy. It is necessary to ensure that workers are protected from job displacement and that measures are in place to support those who may be impacted by those changes. And the last word, without honest and brave acknowledge that AI is here now and is not going away, we will not build really social, equal Europe that have people in center. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Novakovska. And now I would like to turn to Minister Mihailidou. And since for quite a few years Greece has been out of the crisis, my question would not be about the crisis, it comes later. I would like to ask about something which is very much an issue of a variety of countries in Southern Europe and Southeast Europe, which is the gender gaps. And this is also an area where in the recent years we have seen a lot of progress in EU level legislation, like the directive on pay transparency, but also the work-life balance directive. If we turn to the future of social Europe, what further steps you would see possible or necessary? What elements you think would still play part of a new strategy in this regard in order to address the gender pay gap and an employment gap? Because in many countries you could say that what we have seen now is the good start, but it needs to be followed up by further measures.
Well, Commissioner, you said before the growth champion of Europe, and I thought that just for a second you would mean Greece, because for the last 5 years I think that we merit this role. But thank you very much. Well, gender pay gap is an issue. It's an issue in Europe, it's an issue in Greece as well. And in fact, the delta of the gender pay gap is smaller in Greece than the median of Europe. And as in everything in life, one can see this as a glass which is half full, and one can see this as a glass which is half empty. And I'll start with the half empty approach, which explains the smaller gender pay gap in Greece than the median of the European Union as the lower participation of women in the labor force. If one sees the gender pay gap in the half full way, one would realize and acknowledge all the reforms that have been designed and implemented by the Greek government. And in order to give a kind of structural approach, I'll try to summarize the reforms in 3 axes and then give our vision to what Europe can do in 3 axes as well. So the 3 axes on what we've done, and we wouldn't be here discussing what we can further do if there was no gap. We wouldn't be discussing what to further do if we were just happy, all of us together, nationally, but also in a European manner, if we thought that the penetration of different demographic groups in the employment market are fair and equitable and symmetric. They're not. So the question is, what can be done to strengthen what's been done so far, and what can be changed? In the 3 axes that I've thought schematically, we can talk about EPLs, employment protection legislation, and what has been done in this regard. We can talk about the social protection system and what has been done with regards to services enabling more women to enter or re-enter the labor force. And also we can talk about participation and what we've done to enhance participation in the labor market. With regards to EPLs and employment protection legislation, Greece has followed and has overseen in some degrees the 2 directives of the European Union, and in fact is now acknowledged by the World Bank as one of the 11 countries that offers full legal equality between men and women at workforce. We've done everything it takes with regards to having full wage transparency, but this is not enough because we have the highest share of self-employed people, so it's not just to be able to see and observe within our digital system what the remuneration is in wages, because we have quite a lot of women in the informal sector, but also quite a lot of self-employed. And we've done quite a lot in participation. I think that in participation and everything that is pertaining participation from the angle of maternity and work-life balance, I think we are very close in Greece to reach this ceiling. And what do I mean by that? I think we've done everything it takes with regards to pregnancy leave and pregnancy benefits. We've done everything it takes with regards to maternity leaves and maternity benefits. Currently, everyone who is in the labor market, if you are in waged labor, if you are self-employed, if you are a farmer, you do enjoy the same rights, which are much, much larger than before and do cover 9 months after you giving birth. We've done everything it takes with regards to introducing a childbirth benefit of 2,500 euros. We've done everything it takes with regards to introducing a paternity leave and, in fact, having it 50% higher than the one of the directive. But it seems that still this is not enough. We have invested heavily, and this goes together with the initiative of the Commissioner, the Child Guarantee, in children-targeted services. We've invested heavily in nurseries in all possible ways. And what do I mean by all possible ways? By increasing funding so that all middle-income, not just vulnerable families, but middle-income families do receive funding for nurseries. We've topped our policies for nurseries with regards to increasing the hours that kids can be occupied if their family needs in nurseries. We've increased the quality of nurseries so that they're not parking lots for kids, but they are places where, in a child guarantee way, you develop first the capacity of the kid, and then you serve the balance of the household. And then I think we've also done everything it takes with regards to, well, if not everything it takes, we've done quite a lot, with regards to reducing the burden from the female side of the dependents when it comes to having a dependent within the household with disability, but also with regards, and this is where I think collectively we all have a lot to do with the elderly. And this is still not enough. Now, how we envisage what Europe can do and what we all collectively can do together so that we can take this a step further, not just discuss about what we're doing. Again, in my mind, it can be structured around 3 axes. The first has to do with, well, they all basically have to do with how we cater to the needs and the demands of women and the specific demands and interests they might have as a separate demographic group. And this can be structured around full-time or part-time employment. They can be structured around working from home or remote working from anywhere they wish, and also with regards to taking supply-side services, so increasing the time and the space they have when we deal with their dependents. And I'll start from the last one, dealing with their dependents. I think the Commission has stopped everything that has to do with the child guarantee, now the youth guarantee, but what I can see is the next initiative of our Commissioner for the elderly guarantee. I mean, there is a lot of work that we can collectively do on this. And given the fact that we are, unfortunately, an aging continent, and a continent with huge demographic problems, a country like mine or Italy have really strong ones, but we all have demographic problems. There's a lot to be done with active aging, but also with regards to taking care of the elderly so that the ones that are taking care of them now can join in their own terms the productive forces. And the other 2 things that we can do is work better on remote working, see what kind of alliances we can form with employers with regards to enabling more remote working when this is desired by the employees, given the fact that we have an employees shortage market now in the European Union, and also seeing what we can do with full and part-time work, whether we can further enhance part-time work when needed, what we can do with insurance contributions, and how we can get a better deal between full and part-time work when demographic groups are requiring these to remain or enter the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have heard an invitation to social policy and labor market innovation, and the idea of the elderly guarantee should be further discussed. But before this opportunity, I would like to now address the Minister from Italy, Ms. Calderone, because indeed in the recent cycle, one of the biggest achievements was something which was very important for Italy, which was the SURE instrument. And previously, in previous crises and recessions, the concept which is behind the SURE, which is the short-time work arrangement, was mainly used in the German-speaking countries. And I think it was very important that the whole European Union would be able to use such instruments. But I think we all suspect that this was not the last recession which is behind us. There have been various proposals for stabilizing such an instrument. If we want to stabilize, we need to think about different aspects, like, what kind of triggers would set in motion a new mechanism like this, or what would be the standards which such a common European instrument would sustain on a more permanent basis. So I wonder, Minister Calderone, what kind of thinking exists in your ministry, in your government, about these questions, the benefits of SURE so far, and the possibilities of maintaining or developing such instruments for the future?
Grazie, buonasera. Io parlerò in italiano, quindi credo che bisognerà mettere le cuffie. Grazie alla presidenza belga, al governo belga, per aver voluto organizzare questa conferenza. Voglio congratularmi anche per i temi che sono stati messi al centro di questo dibattito, perché credo che siano veramente molto importanti e siano anche centrali rispetto a tutte quelle che devono essere le riflessioni. Mi è stato chiesto dal nostro moderatore qual è la visione che il governo italiano, l'Italia, ha di uno strumento come SURE. Io credo che sia importante definire prima di tutto che cosa SURE ha rappresentato per l'Europa intera, perché poi è un esempio importante di uno strumento che ha consentito a tutta l'Europa di poter gestire al meglio una fase estremamente complessa, estremamente delicata, come quella che abbiamo attraversato durante la pandemia, durante il Covid. E noi ci troviamo, io credo, anche oggi in una condizione in cui siamo di fronte a tutta una serie di situazioni, anche se volete di provocazioni molto importanti, perché da un lato abbiamo un problema legato a un contesto geopolitico in cui ci sono da tenere in considerazione quelli che sono gli effetti di conflitti molto importanti sia sul fronte mediorientale ma anche nel cuore dell'Unione Europea, dell'Europa in generale. E poi certamente tutti i nostri paesi sono comunque interessati da complessi processi di trasformazione economica, perché la transizione digitale, la transizione verde comunque portano ogni paese a doversi confrontare con un mondo del lavoro che è sicuramente in profonda trasformazione e che è in trasformazione anche certamente in considerazione di quelli che sono dei cambiamenti profondi anche della struttura della società stessa. La collega ministra greca prima citava il fatto che l'impatto della demografia per l'Italia non è un tema indifferente, perché noi siamo il secondo paese più vecchio al mondo, siamo i più anziani d'Europa, questo sicuramente, ma io dico sempre, in Italia si vive bene e quindi si vive a lungo. Però questo certamente poi per i tecnici del mondo del lavoro, per chi deve anche affrontare le politiche, le strategie per il futuro e quindi disegnare anche gli equilibri di sistema di una società, non è un dato ininfluente. Noi abbiamo visto e abbiamo certamente imparato, penso ogni governo, a gestire quelle che sono delle transizioni ordinate, però nel momento in cui poi avvengono dei fatti eccezionali siamo anche consapevoli del fatto che come tali dobbiamo reagire, e credo che l'Europa debba reagire congiuntamente, perché è una priorità quella comunque di essere resilienti rispetto a degli shock di questa entità. Abbiamo fatto l'esperienza con il Covid, in cui abbiamo visto che SURE è stato veramente un esempio della capacità europea di saper elaborare delle risposte efficaci, tempestive, solidaristiche a una crisi che è giunta all'improvviso e ha rischiato di incidere profondamente sulle nostre economie. Se non è avvenuto, se oggi possiamo anche testimoniare il fatto che invece le economie dei singoli paesi sono comunque in questo momento anche in una condizione di positività, perché il collega ungherese diceva che in questo momento nel suo paese il livello di disoccupazione è il più basso e c'è un alto livello di occupazione. La stessa cosa avviene in Italia, però credo che questo sia dovuto anche all'utilizzo proprio di quegli strumenti come SURE che ci hanno consentito anche di poter uscire dalla crisi, contenendo anche quelle che potevano essere invece delle situazioni e soprattutto delle ricadute molto preoccupanti. Io credo che il valore di SURE sia connesso al suo valore politico, perché credo che abbia contribuito ad abbattere una serie di tabù, a considerare il sostegno comune a riforme e investimenti come un motore di crescita dell'Unione e ha aperto la strada al Next Generation EU. Oggi noi ci chiediamo in che misura e a quali condizioni uno strumento come SURE sia ripetibile. Certamente non possiamo negarci che sono cambiati alcuni aspetti di contesto. La clausola di salvaguardia generale è stata disattivata e soprattutto abbiamo una nuova governance europea che è caratterizzata certo da un grado di flessibilità, ma anche da regole di consolidamento fiscale che sono più stringenti. La nuova governance consente a determinate condizioni piani di consolidamento più graduali, ma non prevede strumenti di protezione comuni da shock esogeni di natura simmetrica o asimmetrica. Cosa vuol dire? Che in questo momento noi, se ripensiamo a SURE, dobbiamo pensare certamente a uno strumento che tenga conto però che alcune condizioni sono cambiate e che soprattutto ovviamente nel momento in cui si mette in campo uno strumento che deve consentire anche di contrastare quelli che sono gli effetti di una crisi sul mercato del lavoro, però questo strumento non può che essere collegato, per quello che sarà l'analisi futura, se ci sarà un'analisi su uno strumento come SURE, sulla prosecuzione di SURE, certamente però dovrà essere connesso anche al tema della formazione, quindi collegato anche a percorsi di formazione, di riqualificazione delle risorse, non potrà comunque prevedere un sostegno ad aziende che non hanno una strategia e soprattutto non hanno un percorso di vita che vada oltre uno strumento di sostegno al reddito. Se utilizzare questo strumento o meno e soprattutto se creare, come dire, un pavimento di regole europee che possano in qualche modo costituire la base comune per tutti, questo è un altro discorso, perché io credo che invece sia importante, così come lo è stato nell'esperienza precedente, invece che uno strumento come SURE si adatti anche a quelle che sono le condizioni dei singoli paesi. L'Italia è un paese che ha un'alta conoscenza dell'utilizzo degli strumenti di sostegno del reddito e quindi anche della riduzione dell'orario di lavoro. È una tradizione e una cultura antica questa, soprattutto legata anche a quelle che sono poi le capacità delle parti sociali di gestire al meglio questi strumenti. Quindi io credo che non ci si debba privare di quelle che sono le specificità nazionali, proprio per evitare che poi lo strumento possa diventare inefficace. Se Mi si chiede in sintesi se il governo italiano, se il Ministero del Lavoro italiano che io rappresento sia d'accordo sulla riproposizione di uno strumento come Sure. Io dico di sì, perché ci ha insegnato a diventare più resilienti e soprattutto a usare meglio quelle che sono i meccanismi di protezione comune in un contesto difficile in cui la crisi avrebbe potuto accentuare le differenze tra paesi. Se i paesi hanno saputo reagire è perché lo strumento ha funzionato.
Grazie, Minister Calderone. Thank you very much for this very positive outlook on this instrument and its possible continuation. I would like to shift now the focus to another very interesting topic of a future social Europe, which is connected with the concept that came about at the time of the corona crisis, the health union. When you asked why a health union would be a relevant concept, one of the top issues people would mention is the problem of mental health. And I would like to ask Minister Rauch from Austria how this general problem of the mental health is connected with jobs and social rights. And if you could also explain what kind of social investment would be needed to tackle this, it would be definitely a bonus.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner, dear Ministers. As I'm not able to speak in English as fast as in German, I do it in German. Gesundheitsunion, ja bitte. Man kann das nur unterstreichen. Wir haben während der Corona-Pandemie die Erfahrung gemacht, dass nur ein gemeinsames Vorgehen der Mitgliedstaaten in der Lage war, die Krise so zu bewältigen, wie wir sie bewältigt haben. Und die nächste Europäische Kommission wird darauf aufbauen müssen. Es gibt eine starke Verflechtung zwischen Gesundheitspolitik und Sozialpolitik. Mein Zugang ist klar. Gesundheitspolitik ist immer auch Sozialpolitik. Die beiden Dinge gehören jedenfalls zusammen. Und wir haben entlang der Klimakrise eine ganz neue Belastung auch im Gesundheitssystem, unter anderem das Auftreten übertragbarer Krankheiten, Hitze als neue Gefährdungssituation. Und ich denke, wir müssen One Health ist der Ansatz, der gefragt ist, die Gesundheit von Mensch, Tier und Umwelt zusammendenken. Zweiter Punkt, digitaler Wandel. Der stellt uns auch in der Gesundheit vor neue Herausforderungen, bietet aber große neue Chancen. Der europäische Gesundheitsdatenraum ist ein wichtiger Schritt, bringt technologischen Fortschritt. Und ein Punkt, der mir besonders wichtig ist, wir müssen nach der Pandemie darauf achten, dass wir die Pandemie nach der Pandemie, und damit meine ich die mentale Gesundheit insbesondere von Kindern und Jugendlichen mehr in den Fokus nehmen. Wir brauchen in diesem Punkt einen wirklichen Fokus, einen übergreifenden, sektorenübergreifenden Ansatz, einen Ansatz von Health in All Policies, weil wir es uns nicht leisten können, insbesondere junge Menschen da alleine zu lassen. Das beinhaltet auch Maßnahmen für gesunde Arbeitsplätze, Maßnahmen für gesunde Schulen. Und ich denke, dass ein Punkt, der insbesondere junge Menschen auch betrifft und Arbeitnehmerinnen betrifft, vom Europäischen Parlament gefordert worden ist, Right to Disconnect. Ich kann dieser Forderung sehr viel abgewinnen und da auch einen Augenmerk drauf zu legen. Health at a Glance aus 2018, die Studie hat darauf hingewiesen, dass etwa 84 Millionen Menschen in der Europäischen Union von psychischen Problemen betroffen sind. Das ist enorm viel. Die Gesamtkosten psychischer Erkrankungen schlagen mit 4% GDP zu Buche. Das ist wirklich viel Geld, das sind 600 Milliarden Euro in den Mitgliedstaaten. Und wenn es um Geld geht, bitte würde ich gerne einen Ansatz noch mitnehmen, das sind die sozialen Investitionen. Investitionen in Soziales, Gesundheit, Pflege, Bildung sind als Investitionen zu begreifen und zu verstehen und nicht in erster Linie als Kosten. Weil meine Überzeugung ist, wenn dort gespart wird, ist das ein Fehler. Investitionen in Soziales, Gesundheit und Pflege bringen einen Return on Investment. Ich spreche dezidiert in der Sprache der Ökonomen, weil beispielsweise in Österreich eine OECD-Studie uns klargelegt hat, dass Kinderarmut jährliche Kosten in Österreich von 17 Milliarden Euro verursacht und wir dem einfach die Investition zum Beispiel einer Kindergrundsicherung entgegensetzen sollten. Das heißt, da hinein zu investieren, durchaus entlang von Reformen, und ich breche auch eine Lanze dafür, dass soziale Investments und was der Gewinn von sozialen Investments ist, auch evaluiert und auch nachgewiesen werden muss. Ich bin nicht gegen Fiskalregeln, aber ich bin dafür, dass wenn Investitionen in Soziales, Gesundheit und Pflege nachweisbar Kosten ersparen, dass das auch angerechnet werden kann auf die Fiskalpolitik. Und ich bin zutiefst überzeugt, nur ein soziales Europa bleibt demokratisch. Und ich glaube, das muss im Vorfeld der Wahlen zum Europäischen Parlament auch betont werden. Für mich ist klar, die nächste Europäische Kommission muss die Umsetzung der europäischen Säulen sozialer Rechte wieder zur Priorität machen. Das bleibt auf der Agenda. Die Sozialunion hat sicher noch Lücken, die, denke ich, müssen geschlossen werden. Das Versprechen von guten Arbeits- und Lebensbedingungen ist zentral. Es ist ein Gerechtigkeitsversprechen, es ist ein Versprechen des sozialen Ausgleichs und auch einer Balance, einer Solidarität und eines Zusammenhaltes. Und ich glaube, das europäische Sozialstaatsmodell hat gezeigt, was es leisten kann und was es imstande ist, auch an Zukunftsperspektiven zu bringen. Ein Thema, das ist heikel, weil es in nationalstaatlicher Kompetenz ist, ich weiß das, das ist das Thema des leistbaren Wohnens. Ich denke, alle Mitgliedstaaten haben in diesem Bereich Aufgaben zu erledigen. Ich würde mir wünschen, dass das auch zu einem europäischen Thema gemacht wird und durchaus auch Instrumente überlegt werden, wie der Mangel an leistbarem Wohnraum auch auf europäischer Ebene angegangen werden kann. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. Thank you so much for this very clear explanation. I would like to conclude with Minister Karsavi from France. And indeed, I think as a last question in this round, we should arrive to the pillar of the social rights, not least because if there is a stable element in French social policy, that would certainly be that strong public services play a fundamental role in delivering, guaranteeing the social rights, ensuring social inclusion, and guaranteeing that no one is left behind in various types of transitions. But if we reverse the question, not in the national contribution to the European policy, but the European support to the national capacity. So what do you think Europe should prioritize in order to help member states sustaining strong public services?
Merci pour votre question, chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs, en vos grades et qualités. Bien le bonsoir à toutes et tous. Alors, pour ma part, bien sûr, je crois toujours à une action forte et responsable au niveau, bien sûr, au niveau européen pour répondre aux enjeux, aux défis auxquels et aux difficultés auxquelles sont confrontés nos concitoyens. et donc sont confrontés les États membres. Et cela, bien sûr, passe par des services sociaux d'intérêt général de qualité. Et ces services publics sont bien sûr un élément indispensable, essentiel du modèle social européen. Alors, en fait, nos concitoyens, ils attendent beaucoup de l'Europe en matière, bien sûr, de politique sociale. Et cela est d'autant plus vrai quand nous traversons des crises. Ils veulent en fait une Europe protectrice et qui réponde, bien sûr, à leurs inquiétudes. Alors, la politique sociale, eh bien, elle n'est rien sans les services sociaux, sans les services publics qui la concrétisent auprès de nos concitoyens. En fait, les services sociaux, c'est la traduction concrète de l'État social. Alors bien sûr, chaque État membre a son propre modèle national, mais nous aspirons tous collectivement à offrir à nos concitoyens une meilleure qualité de vie, de bonnes conditions de vie, et cela bien sûr passe par un égal accès, et j'insiste là-dessus, sur l'égal accès à des services d'intérêt général de qualité, et j'insiste aussi sur le mot qualité. Il en va bien sûr de la responsabilité de chaque État. Ces services d'intérêt général, ils contribuent bien sûr à une croissance inclusive, croissance absolument nécessaire, essentielle si nous voulons une société, si nous voulons construire une société plus équitable, plus juste, avec bien sûr une économie robuste, solide. Pendant les différentes crises que nous avons traversées, et bien sûr, cela a été beaucoup évoqué, je pense à la crise sanitaire, mais on a eu aussi la crise énergétique, ces services ont prouvé leur rôle indispensable pour assurer la cohésion économique, sociale et territoriale, tout cela bien sûr dans le respect du développement durable. Et nous pouvons dire que ces prestations, les prestations de ces services publics, ne sont pas bien sûr des services ordinaires. Elles viennent, ces prestations, soutenir nos concitoyens, et notamment nos concitoyens quand ils traversent des difficultés dans la vie, notamment nos concitoyens les plus en difficulté. Je pense par exemple à la petite enfance, je pense aussi aux personnes âgées. Il a été beaucoup de questions de vieillissement de la population, mais aussi ces services sont absolument indispensables pour compenser par exemple un handicap. Donc, vous l'aurez compris, ces services publics jouent un rôle déterminant dans le respect, bien sûr, des droits fondamentaux pour l'égalité des chances, la cohésion sociale et le bien-être des individus. En fait, cela a été dit, ces services sociaux d'intérêt général sont donc au cœur du modèle social européen et modèle social que nous devons, je dis bien que nous devons soutenir et renforcer dans la mesure où, sans ces services, et on l'a vu avec la crise sanitaire, sans ces services, l'impact des chocs du fait des différentes crises eh bien, serait beaucoup plus important et surtout il serait durable. Et de ce fait, cela pourrait conduire encore à accroître la pauvreté, la paupérisation au sein de l'Union européenne. Alors, mais ces services, bien sûr, ils font face aussi à des défis importants et ils doivent aussi pouvoir, cela a été dit, évoluer et s'adapter afin de répondre aux attentes donc, de nos concitoyens. On peut être fier parce que nous avons dans l'Union européenne le plus haut niveau de protection sociale au monde et des services d'intérêt général très précieux et de qualité. Et on peut en être fier. Mais on ne peut pas considérer que la situation est idéale dans la mesure où certaines politiques dans leur mise en œuvre eh bien, sont encore perfectibles. On le sait, il y a encore trop de précarité, et cela a été dit au sein de l'Union européenne. Nous avons aussi des parents, et notamment des femmes, qui sont freinés dans leur carrière professionnelle du fait d'un manque de garde d'enfants de qualité. Des personnes en situation de handicap, on le sait, qui ne trouvent pas de logement adapté, qui ne trouvent pas non plus d'emploi adapté, avec un mauvais, on va dire un accompagnement à l'emploi insuffisant. Il y a aussi des demandeurs d'emploi encore trop nombreux. Personnellement, le taux de chômage en France, il est aujourd'hui de 7,4.
Ça s'est amélioré, mais ça reste encore élevé. Et ces demandeurs d'emploi n'obtiennent pas la réactivité nécessaire de la part du service public de l'emploi, ce qui ne permet pas, bien sûr, une réinsertion professionnelle rapide et de qualité. En fait, il nous faut construire une Europe inclusive. Et si on parle d'Europe inclusive, il ne faut laisser personne, je dis bien personne, sur le bord de la route. Alors, évidemment, c'est important aussi quand même de promouvoir ce qui est bien fait, hein, surtout pour faire taire un peu les eurosceptiques, hein, je le dis. Mais il y a des difficultés, notamment des problèmes de financement. C'est quand même le nerf de la guerre, des financements, alors que les besoins sociaux sont infinis. Malheureusement, les ressources financières, elles ne le sont pas. Et pour autant, nous devons essayer quand même de répondre au vieillissement de la population. Et comment on accompagne notamment le vieillissement de la population, répondre aux mutations économiques, mutations technologiques, mutations sociales, et aussi des difficultés parce que nous sommes confrontés, malgré un taux de chômage à 7,4, confrontés à des problématiques aussi de recrutement. Beaucoup d'entreprises recherchent effectivement des ressources humaines, recherchent des compétences, et notamment dans le domaine du médico-social, dans le domaine sanitaire, on parle de déserts médicaux, et là aussi il y a un effort à faire pour pouvoir accompagner, encore une fois, les publics les plus vulnérables. Alors, une fois que j'ai brossé ce contexte, quelle action peut mener l'Union européenne ? Alors, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, je veux rappeler quand même le bilan de ces 5 dernières années. Disons-le, il est solide et positif. Et encore une fois, on doit promouvoir ce bilan auprès de nos concitoyens européens pour, effectivement, je le disais, on va dire, faire taire les eurosceptiques. Beaucoup de choses ont été faites et on l'a vu pendant la crise sanitaire, notamment avec le plan de relance qui a permis effectivement de maintenir l'activité économique, de relancer en tous les cas l'activité économique. Et bien sûr, je salue tout le travail qui a été fait et notamment l'action déterminante du commissaire Schmit. Il nous appartient dans nos pays de mettre en œuvre donc ces objectifs au niveau national, régional ou local selon les cas. À nous aussi d'utiliser je le dis mieux, les fonds européens afin d'augmenter l'efficience des dépenses sociales. Je ne vous cache pas, on est souvent interpellé par la complexité des dossiers concernant ces fonds européens. Donc je me permets cette remarque. Si on pouvait apporter un petit peu plus de simplification, la simplification serait en tous les cas la bienvenue pour nos concitoyens. À l'avenir, il est essentiel que la dynamique politique qui a permis l'adoption du socle européen des droits sociaux puisse se poursuivre, avec une insistance bien sûr sur la mise en œuvre, autrement dit, passer de la théorie à la pratique ou des discours à l'action. Par ailleurs, nous n'insisterons jamais assez, en tant que ministres sociaux, sur le fait que ces services d'intérêt général ne sont pas des services comme les autres. Il est donc crucial que le droit de l'Union européenne continue de bien prendre en compte leurs spécificités en termes de réglementation et bien sûr de financement. Nous ne parviendrons pas à atteindre effectivement les objectifs de Porto et les autres objectifs que nous nous sommes fixés. Eh bien, on ne pourra le faire qu'en investissant sur le plan social. Des investissements sociaux absolument indispensables qui permettront véritablement de réduire les inégalités et notamment de réduire le taux de pauvreté au sein de l'Union européenne. Alors bien sûr, je salue tout le travail qui a été conduit par les présidences espagnoles et belges sur l'investissement social parce qu'il est réel, il est fort, il est significatif, bien sûr dans la perspective de tout cela, de l'adoption des conclusions par le Conseil en juin. En termes de méthode, les ministres sociaux doivent être pleinement, je le dis, associés à la gouvernance économique. Et ensuite, la coopération entre les ministères au sein des États membres et entre les différentes directions générales de la Commission est aussi indispensable, et ce, afin d'être encore plus efficient. Pour finir, je dirais un mot sur l'écoute que nous devons avoir à l'égard des partenaires sociaux. Car leur voix, elle compte, elle est essentielle pour nourrir tout d'abord nos réflexions. Et pour ma part, je crois beaucoup au dialogue social pour faire avancer de belles causes. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Also for concluding on the social partners, what we have time for is to invite everybody to ask a question from another minister, another colleague. Indeed, we have limited time, but I think we can make a round with one single question, which should not be very complicated, because let's say in 2 minutes, if everybody could answer. And I wonder who would like to start with a question to the fellow panelists. The floor is open. Ministre Katavi, please go ahead.
Je commence. Okay. Alors j'ai une question, ou peut-être deux petites questions à ma collègue ministre italienne. L'Italie, comme la France, est confrontée effectivement à une démographie vieillissante. Je crois savoir que le taux de chômage est de 7,4 en Italie ou de 7,5 et en France il est de 7,5, donc c'est absolument identique. Et je voulais savoir, voilà, vos entreprises doivent faire face probablement comme en France à des problématiques de recrutement, et je voulais savoir comment vous avez essayé de répondre à ces problématiques de recrutement dans vos entreprises. Pour notre part, on a fait un grand plan massif d'investissement dans la formation, dans les compétences pendant ces dernières années. Et une deuxième petite question sur le vieillissement de la population. Comment l'Italie envisage-t-elle d'accompagner ce vieillissement de la population? Alors j'entends, on vieillit longtemps, mais on vieillit bien en Italie. Mais malgré tout, je pense que vous avez des personnes qui sont en perte d'autonomie. Et donc je voulais savoir comment vous allez les accompagner, quelle politique était mise en œuvre pour les accompagner. Est-ce que vous avez choisi plutôt le virage domiciliaire comme on a choisi en France, ou plutôt en institution?
Yes, thank you very much. But ideally, it's not the question, but the answer is 2 minutes.
Stavo per chiedere quanti giorni avessi a disposizione per dare la risposta, però voglio ringraziare la collega perché mi dà la possibilità di raccontare alcune cose che noi facciamo, ma soprattutto mettere in sequenza quelli che sono temi assolutamente molto importanti. Perché dicevo prima, il nostro è un paese in cui abbiamo ovviamente un'età e una popolazione anziana che ormai ha raggiunto un numero molto importante. Noi stimiamo che tra il 2024 e il 2028 avremo 4,5 milioni di lavoratori e lavoratrici che lasceranno il lavoro perché andranno in pensione, e abbiamo già stimato che avremo bisogno di 3 milioni e 700 mila lavoratori e lavoratrici, per cui per noi è molto importante da un lato agire sul fronte dell'occupazione e soprattutto sull'occupazione dei giovani e delle donne, integrando anche quella che è la strategia del pilastro dei diritti sociali, che prevede per noi nel 2030 di arrivare a un differenziale tra l'occupazione maschile e quella femminile di 9 punti, oggi è molto più alto, siamo a 19 punti di differenza. Noi non possiamo permetterci di lasciare le donne, le giovani donne e i giovani alla finestra, ma perché abbiamo forte necessità prima di tutto di avere energie lavorative qualificate e poi di avere il ricambio. Come stiamo agendo? Sostenendo la formazione, e soprattutto la formazione che abbia come conseguenza il lavoro, quindi la formazione professionale, intervenendo sull'apprendistato che è il contratto di accompagnamento dalla scuola al lavoro, e contemporaneamente certamente anche sostenendo le aziende in quelle che sono le attività di incontro tra domanda e offerta di lavoro. È sempre stato uno dei problemi del nostro Paese per effetto della frammentazione di quelli che sono i centri di responsabilità sui temi delle politiche del lavoro. Abbiamo adottato una nuova strategia, una riforma degli strumenti di sostegno e di lotta alla povertà e contemporaneamente di accompagnamento al lavoro. i numeri ci dicono che la situazione sul fronte dell'occupazione è, come dire, positiva, perché abbiamo molti posti di lavoro a disposizione, dobbiamo lavorare affinché soprattutto le donne entrino nel mondo del lavoro. Abbiamo messo in campo una serie di incentivi e di sostegni, però la cosa più importante sono tutti quegli incentivi e quei sostegni che sono strutturati per consentire la conciliazione dei tempi di vita e di lavoro in termini di conciliazione familiare e non solo di conciliazione che poi debba interessare solo la componente femminile del mondo del lavoro, anche perché abbiamo visto che le donne nel tempo la conciliazione l'hanno vissuta come elemento di allontanamento dal mondo del lavoro o perlomeno di marginalità nel momento in cui la più alta percentuale, il più alto numero di lavoratori che utilizzano il contratto di lavoro a tempo parziale di sesso femminile. Allora ecco, una strategia contro il part-time involontario vuol dire sostenere quelle che sono le politiche di conciliazione, che vuol dire anche, ovviamente, sostenere quelle politiche di conciliazione che sono strutturate a favore della popolazione anziana, perché in quasi ogni famiglia c'è un anziano da assistere e spesso sono le donne che assistono gli anziani. Abbiamo varato la legge per l'assistenza agli anziani, assistenza domiciliare, perché vogliamo lavorare proprio sulla deospedalizzazione dell'anziano che non ha necessità di essere invece ricoverato in ospedale e spesso invece lo è perché magari non ha dei supporti adeguati a casa. Sono delle strategie importanti, da un lato ovviamente il lavoro e la formazione, dall'altro gli interventi sulle politiche sociali, perché i due temi sono strettamente connessi e soprattutto tutto ciò che si fa a favore della famiglia in generale poi crea le condizioni, le precondizioni per l'ingresso nel mondo del lavoro di chi oggi necessariamente deve poter sviluppare il proprio talento. Voglio anche dire un'ultima cosa, che oggi portare le donne al lavoro vuol dire renderle più libere e più sicure. Noi riconosciamo anche uno dei nostri sostegni, l'assegno di inclusione alle donne vittime di violenza, affinché possano denunciare, sapendo però di poter lasciare una condizione di estrema difficoltà e tragicità, perché c'è lo Stato che le sostiene in un percorso di riaccompagnamento a una vita sicura e a una vita lavorativa felice.
Thank you very much. Minister Calderone, you have the social right to ask a question from a colleague, if you want to.
Io vorrei fare invece una domanda alla collega ministra greca che trattava appunto il tema del lavoro delle donne, perché credo che sia estremamente importante, soprattutto in paesi e in culture come la sua e la mia, che intorno alla famiglia hanno costruito un sistema di, come dire, protezione sociale molto importante, in assenza di quelle che sono anche a volte invece quelle che sono le strutture statali e i servizi pubblici. Io vorrei chiedere ancora meglio quali sono le strategie sul fronte della formazione e soprattutto collegata a quelli che sono poi i fenomeni tendenziali del mondo del lavoro, compreso anche l'utilizzo delle nuove tecnologie, quindi la transizione digitale e l'innovazione tecnologica. Come fare perché l'innovazione tecnologica e l'intelligenza artificiale non distrugga il lavoro, ma invece diventi uno strumento di integrazione.
Una minuta.
I think I got it though. Thank you very much though. And I will not ask a question, I will answer to this question and a bit of the previous one, which I think is quite interesting, but I'll be short. What can we do with regards to women? Well, the one side, the one of the provisions and the one of taking care of their dependents is, I think, our main strategy and where we focus so far, making sure that they have more time and more space in their hands so that they can, if they wish, enter or re-enter the labor market and not have to take care of their dependents, whether this is their kids, whether this is someone in the household with disabilities, or whether this is the elderly. Well, now we have also focused on the two tails of the distribution of women. And by two tails, I mean the most vulnerable, with quite a lot of programs that target and they do like active labor market policies for women that are in single-headed households, women that have many kids, women that come from abusive household backgrounds. We have created quite a lot of active labor market programs where we subsidize the majority of their wage, in fact, 80% of their wage, together with their full social insurance contributions. However, in your question in training, and I'll need to be frank here, with regards to skilling and reskilling and upskilling, I cannot say that as someone doing my job in policy making, but also as an economist, I can see with all these programs that we have a one-to-one rate of success, or great multipliers, or great spillovers. We have managed to successfully absorb a lot of funds on this degree. We've been much more successful than in the past with absorption, but I cannot see really great spillovers. And I'm afraid that part of the answer is the logical one. I think that I'm doing my job with a great level of responsibility and quite successfully somehow. I mean, I'm not the one to judge, but still. But at the same time, I did not study. I'm an economist who has worked on financial crisis. In my previous 4 years, I was focusing a lot on child protection and social institutions. It had nothing to do with the macroeconomics that I was doing before and running econometrical models. I mean, now I'm still doing something different, which means that I was not professionally trained for what I did. My team was not doing that either. So, I mean, our whole experience was the on-our-job training. And this is where I think that perhaps we can do more work, where we'll have to talk with a different DG as well, the one of competition, on skilling while working. We have the problems of de minimis, we have the problems of state subsidies, but in my understanding, it's a shame, not to say to waste, but not to allocate in the most efficient way the funds that we do on skilling. Because for them to be allocated in the most efficient way, they need to go through the employer and the investment that he or she does. I mean, on the job, on the industry, with the person that are going to be the colleagues, perhaps not direct colleagues. I mean, perhaps I cannot be trained in your industry and then work for your industry. Perhaps I can be trained in your industry and work in another industry, but I still need to search and find these specific skills. That's, I mean, for me, that I'm not doing this job since forever, it's becoming very crystal clear that that's what we need. And then I'll give you a quick empirical evidence of ours that has helped a lot. It's not the answer to the demographic crisis that we all live, but I think we should not exclude from the equation the elderly or the people who are already in pension. I mean, part of them, and the ones of them that wish to do, they can be part of the labor force. A reform that we made in Greece that was proved in the last month phenomenally successful was that for years, as the state, we were upholding 60% of one's pension if he or she wanted to work. We changed this 4 years ago to upholding 30% of his or her pension. Last month, we stopped upholding anything, and within a month, the number of pensioners that registered in our platform as working pensioners tripled. Within a month, they tripled. So, you know, there are people that are at the age of still being productive, they want to work. It doesn't mean, the fact that they want to work, it doesn't mean that they're below poverty levels. I mean, in Greece, pensioners are the ones that risk poverty the least in in the distribution of our population, and it has proven incredibly successful. So they're not the answer, but they're certainly part of the equation.
Thank you very much. We are going to make the full circle because I was informed that the buses are waiting, so they're not going to leave without the passengers. But we can only make the full circle if the remaining speakers keep the 2-minute limit. So Minister Mihailidou, you have the right now to address. You would not like to?
Well, it took a lot of time. I mean, I have a lot of questions, but perhaps for speed I can pass
then,
my side.
Maybe I should ask Minister Rauch to ask a question.
Yeah, so let me do one more question because it's a very important topic to my Polish colleague. How do you prepare to the transformation of AI in the work system, in hospitals, in the building system? I guess it's one of the most important topics, and we are not on the way. We are too slow. How do you prepare in Poland for this big transformation?
I don't know if this works. It doesn't work.
It should,
Yes, now it works. Thank you. Well, I will have, I hope, a quick answer. Thank you for that question. Well, you probably all know that Poland is now in this very specific time of now, after 8 years, we have a new government, which is only a new government 4 months now. So we have a big pace of changes now, and a lot of topics that are very crucial for us because in many areas the goals that we have were not the same as the previous people in the government. So definitely we have a lot of very priorities that all are important for us, and this is one of them, of course. And regarding AI, I can tell you now that we plan that the challenges and opportunities of the AI will be one of the topics and one of the priorities in our presidency. So hopefully we will be able to continue this debate in Poland and during the 6 months that we are preparing now, because we all, as you said, this is a big topic, and this is also a big topic for us, and we want to moderate the debate about this in the future. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Nowakowska, would you like to address your Hungarian colleague, Polak Wenger Davratanki?
Well, I don't have a short question, so I'm not sure if that's okay. But the question that I have in mind is that we all say much about elderly and the challenges of the demographic challenges, and I was wondering if maybe this is also the topic that comes up in Hungary.
To be very short, we try to do our best. I think we are in the same situation, and it's not an easy situation. In the last 10 years, we did many intentions and many laws to support the families. I think it's not a secret, and maybe we always try to put it on the table. So under the Hungarian presidency, we have to deal with this issue. We will deal with this issue. We will see more in the second half of this year. And can I have a question?
As the next
it will be
president,
very short.
To Austria?
No. No. But I think maybe there is a question to Minister Katabis, to my French colleagues, because it's very short. Just she mentioned that she was speaking about strong social public services, and Minister said that our citizens have high expectation that they want to be protected in this crisis time. I just want to ask that, how do you see, is it important to reduce the territorial inequalities? Because as I see, it can be hand in hand with the social inclusion, or we just have to speak about all of the niveau of the public services.
Donc je vais essayer de répondre brièvement. En fait, les concitoyens, ils attendent des services publics vraiment de proximité, de qualité et au plus près de leur territoire. et non pas qu'une réponse au niveau national. Il y a la réponse au niveau national qui doit être impulsée, mais après, ça doit se décliner véritablement dans les territoires. C'est ce que nous avons fait d'ailleurs avec la création de plusieurs maisons France Service et une sorte de guichet unique. Et dans ces maisons, les concitoyens viennent chercher effectivement l'information, l'orientation absolument nécessaire, mais au plus près des territoires. C'est extrêmement important et ils veulent absolument avoir non seulement une réponse, mais en même temps un suivi de ce qui doit être fait. Donc la réponse, elle doit être territoriale.
Thank you so much. I think this is the time when I have to thank all the panelists for the wonderful presentations and the lively discussion. It was a kind of model informal council when ministers put pressure on each other and elaborate on fascinating topics like social rights, social investment, but also demography. And much of this also will shift to the next presidency, but it's not a problem because there should be a continuity of the interest and also the continuity of the arguments from one cycle to another. I know that this is only the end of the first day, right? The next day is going to be as interesting, at least as interesting as this one. I hope most of you can stay and participate also in the program tomorrow. Thank you so much, and some final announcements will be now just made.
Yeah, a round of applause indeed. And thank you very much indeed for the fine moderating, and Mr. Andor will be back tomorrow with more ministers grilling them on their positions as well. Final word of housekeeping, as was mentioned, there are shuttle buses to take people back to Brussels. It says 18:15, but they haven't left yet, so don't be alarmed. There is also the guided visit to the Museum Follon. That is for those of you with pin holders. You should have been made aware of that. There are buses going there in groups of 20. 3 buses will go in the coming minutes. The dinner, for those of you involved in that, starts at 8 o'clock. And for everybody else, we will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:45, where we will kick off with the breakout sessions. So make sure you check your emails to know which ones you've signed up for. And we'll see you tomorrow here in the plenary for more discussions. And I wish you all a lovely evening. Thank you.
for you.